Hello. Yeah, since there are people over here also, I will sit here so that they also can hear me. Just for my understanding, I'll introduce about myself. So my name is Nusrat. I have around 18 years experience in I have completed AAT. I have done various other courses and I have a degree in Masters Strategic Marketing. So that is my experience, and I'm teaching since last 9 years. Approximately last 9 years I'm teaching. So right now I'm teaching students for AAT background. Okay. So I hope you all are aware of the course modules, teachers, and everything. You are aware about it, right? So let's stand up with you all also. You can sit and introduce yourself briefly, and then we start. Rifan. Okay. Okay. And then so you finish your meals and that's it, right? Okay. 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 What's the business? Restaurant. Which one? Port City. Okay. Good. So I don't know whether students online are they there. Amna Zuhair, are you there? Okay, my dear. So today we will be studying this module. We have 6 modules, as you're aware. So this particular module we will continue for 2 months. We try to finish it off in 2 months. Total study hours for this module, which is business environment and organizational dynamics, it's 100 hours. Apart from that, you all have to put in another 150 hours of study time individually. So at home, you need to refer material. Total of 250 hours session is what we are going to cover for these 2 months. So you have to plan yourself how you are going to allocate your time. I'm sure you all have a lot of free time. So how you are going to allocate your time and focus on this subject, because this module is not easy as we think. There are various other dynamics involved in this one, which I will take you forward. Rest assured, I will explain each and everything with examples, with point of view. But you all also have to contribute to me so that we can make it more interesting. So the topic today is business environment and organizational dynamics. We'll be learning today, mostly today, full day, we'll be learning fully about what is business environment and little bit about the internal and the external environment of a business. So you can write this down. So this is what we are going. I'm sure you haven't received any modules, right? Okay. So you're so for the next 2 months, that is August and September, we'll be covering everything inside this. Jordan, let me know. Done? So, Ruqayya, right? So, Ruqayya, as per you, what do you think is a business? What is business? Rifan, what do you think? It's okay. We make mistake. We may give the wrong answer. That's fine. We are here to study. So, as per your understanding, what do you think a business is? Sorry? Okay, profit is the result of a business. So, what is a business? Rifan? Fulfilling the needs and wants of who? Good. So you all have a basic understanding. Now, before we learn what is business environment, we need to understand it's a business. Okay. So write down a business is the activity. A business is the activity of producing. So it can be a manufacturing company, buying, producing, comma, buying, or selling goods or services, or selling goods or services with the aim of making a profit. With the aim of making a profit. So now we all should understand if you come across any company or any organization which says not for profit, okay, but if you analyze deeply, they are doing something for a profitable purpose. Definitely, it's a business. So in legal framework, a business is the description what you wrote down. And if they are manufacturing something, it can be a manufacturing company, or it can be a buying and selling company, or it can be a trading enterprise, so it can be a campus like this, any place who does that particular activity for the purpose of what? Making a profit, then it is called a business. Okay. So there is another criteria, another type of place. There's a business, but in a different way. It is called an organization. So the next one, you write, what is an organization? Because you need to understand what a business is and what an organization is. So an organization is a collection of people. An organization is a collection of people working together to achieve what are they trying to achieve? An organization is a collection of people, set of people. They work together to achieve what? A broader sense of profit, common goal, right? So profit is correct, but at the end of the day, annually they might have a target, they might have a goal. So let's say your company might have a goal at the end of the year that they have to achieve this some X amount of figure. or in your restaurant, you all might have a goal like at the end of the year, you all must achieve this kind of a rating or this kind of a purpose. So that is a common goal. Okay. So there are few purposes which a company try to achieve. So point number one is a common goal. Common goal. And then to achieve that goal, who should be there? So you have a target in your restaurant, you have a target. So that target will be achieved at the end of the year. Who will contribute to achieve that target? Yes. People, well, people. Second point. So first is common goal, people, and then when people comes, there will be a structure, right? So there will be an owner, a CEO, maybe a finance manager, maybe a supervisor or a sales manager. So likewise, so we call it as hierarchy. Third point is hierarchy, structure or hierarchy, which is ritual, which Earach. So to understand this better, that's a small diagram. You take this as an organization, this triangle as an organization. We divided this into three sections. Okay, so since the full triangle is the organization, we have divided this into three parts. Where do you think the people will stand? Here, this one. Do you refer? This one. Okay. Correct. So people should always the foundation of an organization. So when you go to manage your family business.
Excuse me, Mr. Nusrat. Sorry to interrupt. Are you using the whiteboard?
Yes.
Could you please turn on your video because the students online can't see the whiteboard?
Okay. Are they there? Are they online? Because I try to interact with
Yes, they
them.
are. They might not speak, but they are there. And then we have to share the recording as well. So it's better you switch on the video and show the whiteboard.
So, give me a minute.
All right.
So I hope the screen is visible. Okay. So the group of people will
Sorry,
always
can
stand.
you adjust the laptop a bit towards your right or left?
Is it okay?
Yes, and make it towards your left. Make the screen towards your left, please.
Okay now?
No, 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 not to the door side, the other side. A bit more, a bit more.
Now?
Uh, yeah, it looks a bit okay. Looks a bit. Oh, yes, now it's okay. All right. Okay, you can continue. Thank you.
Okay. So group of people will always stand at the bottom because they are the we call it as big effect of the company. There is more people. Do you think your business can survive fully automated? Not at the moment. The business is at the beginning stage or the initial stage. Definitely, you have to give priority for your employees, for the group of people. And then where do you think your goal should be and the company structure should be? It should be on either side. So your goal and your company structure be over here. So you can write this down. Now, why we have shown that the goal and structure work hand in hand together, because your structure or the they should work towards achieving the company objective, towards achieving the goal of the organization. Okay, and then also group of people, your employees or the subordinates to the organization, they will always help towards achieving the goal and the structure of the company. So please write this down. Okay, so now we are moving forward to understand what is business environment. Okay, so Rifat, can you please read? Take- Okay, thank you. So I will just repeat what he said. The external and internal circumstances and elements. Now, there are two important things which I have mentioned here. Circumstances and elements that surround an organization and affect its operation and success are collectively referred to as the business environment. Now, your business environment, no matter how successful your organization is, your company is, the environment where your organization is based plays a crucial role in the development of your business. Okay, so now you might know where your business location is, what the surrounding is, and the place of operating business, the geography of the business location. So those kind of factors will definitely affect the business environment. So now we are trying to understand what is a business environment. So it influences how well a company can operate in its industry. Okay, so Mr. Keith Davis, he's a famous, notable person in the business arena. He says all circumstances, events, and forces that encircle and affect an organization is called a business environment. Okay, so to make this more clear for you all, now let's assume we are working in Colombo, right? So let's say you have your restaurant, Anuradham. That's the hypothetical scenario. And your restaurant is a premium segment, or let's say a 3-star or 4-star restaurant. Now, what will happen if you do your business or if the restaurant operates in a more remote area? Okay, what will happen? Now, there will be certain advantage and then there will be certain disadvantages also. So, through this lesson, we are trying to understand how the business environment is going to impact or affect the organizational performance. Okay, so please write this down. You can just write it in the first paragraph. Anyway, I will share this thing with you. If you want to write it down as a short note or for your understanding, you can write it down because practically just looking at a PPT will not give you more information. Whatever I explain, you will have to write it down and refer for future information. Okay. And also I'll be giving you a lot of examples. Write down those examples. Those will be like real life scenarios I'll be telling you with my experience. Okay. So what is business environment? The key important wordings are the external and internal circumstances and elements that surround an organization. Now we understood what is an organization, right? So what is an organization, Rifan? What you got? Read. Look at the thing. Collection of people working together towards achieving a common goal. Okay. So the external and internal circumstances and elements that surround an organization and affect its operation and success are called as business environment. Okay. Shall we move forward? Sorry. Okay. The campus will share the PPT with you all. You all have a WhatsApp group or something? Okay. So then they might share it with you.
Mr. Nusrat, can I know which slide are you in?
What is business environment?
But here it is still in learning objective on the screen. Yeah.
Okay.
Now okay.
I think
Now
if
it's
I go
fine. Now it's
to the presentation, it's not going forward. I'll keep it
okay.
like this.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, we move. Okay, so there are two types of business environment. Now, before we discuss on this, can you all tell me in an organization, most of you are coming from a business background, right? So, in an organization, what kind of people you all deal with? You sit on your company CEO's position as you know the manager or the one of that place. With what kind of people will you be dealing with? So definitely there will be your customers. So apart from your customers, who else will be dealing with? Suppliers. Okay. Only customers and suppliers. Definitely employees are there. Then who? So they are your employees. Human resource. Anyone else? Think. So your customer is your supplier is there, and then employees are there. Are these the only set of people you be dealing with? Yes, of course, there will be partners. And then apart from that, think in a broader spectrum. Definitely your competition is there. Right? Okay, cool. We will discuss on that. Types of business environment. There are two different types of business environment. Initially, we will discuss the internal environment. This includes elements that are within the company's control. Now, you need to underline this well. You need to understand and even highlight this particular part. This includes elements within the company's control. Whoever as an organization you can control their internal environment. So who you can control? Your staff, your company management is there, and then also you can control your company culture, right? The environment the people are working in. Okay. Also, factors that are controllable managers and within the scope of the particular business's environment. So this is known as internal environment. This is clear? Understood? There is nothing much more detail on the internal environment. Clear? Okay. So moving forward, external environment. So this is a broad area. We will talk a lot about this one today. External environment. These are collection of factors which indirectly influence. Now, earlier internal environment, what do they do? They directly you can control. Whereas the external environment, these are collection of factors which indirectly influence and emerge out of the scope of an organization. Now, let's say your business is doing fancy items, retailing something. Now, the external environment is directly out of your scope. It's nothing related to your, okay, out of the scope of an organizational management. External environment consists of task and macro environment. So there are two types of external environment. One is called as the task environment. The other one is called the macro environment. Task environment is the specific environment or group that influence the operation of business. We repeat again, task environment. This is a specific environment which will influence the operation of your business. Who do you think that will be? Who can now an external environment, an external party, okay, who can directly influence your business? Who can do like that? Yes, customers, suppliers, competitors, your intermediaries, and then pressure group. What is a pressure group? No idea. Pressure group? Okay. Now imagine, just hypothetically, I'm saying, you're operating now. Mostly in India, this happens. Okay. So, in India, McDonald's, they don't have beef burger. Do you know that? In McDonald's here in Sri Lanka, you find beef burger, right? And McDonald's was there. Okay. So in India, we don't find beef burgers. Why is that? It's because of a religious sentiment. Now, there are organizations which will directly influence a company to interfere on their menu. They have gone and said that they don't want beef burgers in the menu. They don't want anything related to meat in the menu. In certain states, they don't allow to do that. Okay, so likewise, there are certain pressure groups which will directly influence on the performance of your company. So that's why I have mentioned there on the task environment a specific group that will influence the operation of your business. So these are not internal people, these are all external, but they can definitely influence your business operation. Okay. Also, regulatory institutes. What is that? Regulatory institutes. So these are government organizations who impose rules and regulation for any business. Now, let's say, example, you take a pharmacy. In a pharmacy, the pharmacist must be a qualified person who have studied and passed the pharmacy course. Now, if the public health inspectors or anyone from the health department rates that particular pharmacy, the person who runs the operation, the person who provides the medicine, he should have his license framed or printed and hanged on the wall. So that is a requirement of a regulatory institute. If you're running a pharmacy or if you're running a hospital with no qualified people, then definitely the government will take action against it, right? So that is a task environment where a specific group is going to influence the operation of your business. Understood? Clear? So what you do is instead of writing everything down, summarize this what I explained you, write it on your notebook. So that when you refer again, looking at the PPT, you will understand this better. Okay. I hope the students online are also following. If you all have any doubt, please raise your question. You can unmute and talk, no problem. BS stands for business. ENV stands for environment. Now, this is what we studied in the nutshell, right? This is what we studied in, right? In a business environment, you can come here. I think there are internal parties and external parties. In external, we have task environment and macro environment. Okay, so just write down this particular sentence also, which I'm giving you. Under internal environment, please write this down. Under internal environment, factors that are controllable to managers. Oh, why I say managers here? They are the people who runs the operation. So managers means understand that owners or CEO, whatever the name you call it, factors that are controllable to managers and are within the scope of the business. And are within the scope of a business. So in short form, below are few internal environment segments. Below are few internal environment segments. So number one, you say value system and organization culture. Value system and organization culture. And number two, you can write vision statement. Number one is value system and organization culture. Number two is vision statement. Number three is organizational hierarchy. Number four is human resource. Okay. So whatever is there, you can write down a task environment. So that is the shortest form possible. Task environment. It is the specific environment or group that influence the operation of business environment. Now, for an example, I'll tell you for pressure group. Recently, I think last year, there was an advertisement of a fitness company, gym. The advertisement, they didn't think that will backfire to them. So what they did is, in a billboard in Colombo, they showed a barrel, barrel, metal can. So how the barrel will be, it will be like this, right? So they showed that, and they targeted it for women, saying, "Don't make your body like this." They put something like that. So what they did is actually they wanted to market their gym or their fitness company for the community, for women especially, that enhance their fitness level. So what do you think happened? So they like body shaming, no? So what happened is lot of women association, they lashed it out. And then eventually that particular company, I think, they removed the banner. Some apology or something. So pressure groups, definitely they will make a big impact on your company. So you should be mindful on what you communicate to the industry, to the right. So we are moving forward towards the macro environment. Okay. So macro environment, this is a wide range of environments of a business entity. Right now, I'll explain this first. So this is a wide range of environment for an organization. So what do you mean wide range? There is already the external environment. There's a task environment, right? So task is a specific group which we can discuss. So let it be your competitors or whatever it is you call. It's a specific group, task environment. Now, macro environment, this is much more wider, much more broader than that. Okay, so this is a wide range of environment of a business entity. Now, the factors which are relating to this macro environment are beyond the control of your organization. You can never control this. This is beyond your control. Also, a business must be able to identify the changes in the environment in advance and adapt according to the situation. Let's understand this very carefully. A business, a genuine business, you should be able to identify the changes in the environment in advance. You should not wait until such thing happen to make decisions in your company. Then you are too late. Okay, in advance and adapt according to the situation. So, what do you think the macro environment is? First, what is the first one? Political and legal environment. We'll explain everything in detail. And the second one, economic environment, social and cultural environment, technological environment, natural environment, and finally, demographic environment. Okay, so can you explain how the political and legal environment will impact your business? Just don't think too much. Give me some basic examples of what you understand. Sorry, how does the price increase? No, we are talking about political and legal factors. Okay, so last year there was a election, right? Or this year? This year and last year it was there. So let's assume last year's election. Now, post election, what do you think happened in the market? Yes, there will be a price variation and then there will be an increase in demand. Now, during election time, for most of the businesses, except the core products, most of the businesses, they will have a surge in demand after the election. During election time, 1 or 2 months before that, the business will be dull. Why? Because people don't know, even the particular companies, they don't know what's going to happen after the election, whether the new government will, they are going to increase their taxes or they are going to remove the taxes. What are they trying to do? We don't know. So, because of those political influences and the legal framework, it will directly impact your business. Okay. So now, do you all remember 2021? The recession time where people didn't have petrol and there were long queues for everything, no electricity. So certain companies in Sri Lanka, I will not name them, they forecasted this thing and they planned in advance. Okay. So now you see, I have mentioned there a business must be able to identify the changes in environment in advance and adapt to the situation. Okay. So this particular company, they figured out that the country is going to be bankrupt. And then you know what they did? They imported their products well in advance before the country went into lockdown. Okay. Eventually, what happened? Most of the other organizations in that same industry, they will have material to supply to the customers or to the people. Whereas this particular company, they had ample of stock to supply material for whoever they want. And they supplied it in very high cost. Okay. So imagine if you do a forecast like that in your company in future when you run a business, you always think about in advance and then you focus about the macro environment, definitely that will give a very big positive impact on your organization's performance. Okay, so that is about the political and legal environment. So, any other examples you all know about the legal environment, legal issues that may come? Anything, anything that which was implemented recently? Do you all read newspapers? No. At least you all read news online. Online. I read online. I don't buy newspaper, but every day morning when I wake up, first thing what I do is I read news. There are three, four news websites that I see. I just go scroll and see what's happening in the world and what's happening in Sri Lanka. It's good for you. It's good for your future business endeavors also. Okay, so make it a habit. In legal issue, recently are you all aware that the government banned plastic usage in several product categories? You all know that? So one-time plastic, the single-use plastic, the plastic spoons, then plastic cups, one-time usable cups. So those things were banned. Now imagine your business is mostly thriving in that segment, or in your restaurant, maybe you give takeaway plastic spoons and takeaway cups, things like that. Or in your father's business, you do that. Now, once this legal implication come into effect, what do you think you all should do? Now, maybe your father would have bought 1 year stock for plastic spoons and cups and whatnot, everything, all the packaging items. 1 year worth of stock. And the government is giving only 14 days time. Within 14 days, you should finish this. You should stop selling, you should stop using. What do you think will happen? Profitability will go for a six, right? Buy things based from your profit, from your cash flow. And once the government imposes a restriction to use plastic, you all can't do anything. You just have to dump it. Okay. So you have to read. Need to be updated on what's happening in the business area. That's why you see all the big CEOs or the big company managers, first thing in the morning, what they do is they read newspaper. They take a physical newspaper and still they read. Whenever I go somewhere, if I see a newspaper, I take it and read. I see what's happening in the world, what's happening in Sri Lanka, what is going to come. Now, this plastic issue, I figured it out last year itself that this is going to happen. Okay. So likewise, you need to understand yourself. So under political and legal framework, you can write down what I explained. If you all want me to give it in a sentence, I can give you, or what you studied now, what you understood now, you can write down for your reference. So on this one, I will give you notes separately. There's a separate topic for it, but just for your understanding, write down under political and legal environment factor what you understood. Students online, if you all have any question, please unmute and talk. Okay? No? Okay. So then under political and legal framework, you write down, in this context, a business must make itself, a business must make itself prepared on the political and legal arena, on the political and legal arena, where the business is located. where the business is located. Having a wide knowledge, having a wide knowledge on the political and legal framework will have a positive impact, will have a positive impact on the organization's performance. Positive impact on the organization's performance. Okay. So next point, economic environment. So on the macro we study, point one is economic environment. So what do you think the economic environment is? So now you all have to talk. Think. What is an economy? So what do you think the economic environment will be? Prices of what? No, we are talking, you're correct, somewhat you're correct. We are talking about the economic environment where it is beyond the control of the company. So pricing you can control, right? It's your company, you decide the price. But the economic term, money term, what are the things you can't control? So I will say taxes. Government they impose tax, right? Do you think you can control? Okay. So earlier, back in 2019, yeah, I think 2019, when the previous government came in, what they did is they reduced the VAT from 18%. I can't remember exactly how much, something less than 18%. Okay. And then also they reduced the income tax from one X percentage and they reduced it further down. Okay. So this thing was highly beneficial for the companies, for the organizations. Why? They earn good money, but then again they don't pay tax also. So this was happening in the country for almost a couple of years. Then eventually the country went into bankrupt, right? Because there was not enough money in the organization, sorry, in the government, the treasury, and then they couldn't pay the dues or the interest back to the other countries or the other places where they have bought the money for, the loan for. Okay? So this is one environment where can you control the income tax percentage or the VAT percentage? Whereas the government's decision is there, and then due to such factor, your organization is going to get affected. So getting affected will be a positive thing or negative thing also, right? And then thereafter, once after the recession, after the RBI, once the other government came, what happened? Huh? They increased the VAT percentage, right? Government don't have enough money, so to take money, what does the government do? To earn money, what does the government do? They charge taxes, they charge fines and whatnot. Every other thing that they do is for the income of the government, right? So economic factors, there are taxes that the government do, and then the interest rates. Who decides on the interest rate? Bank interest rate. Who do you think decides? Government? No. Who? We all decide. Now you go to let's say some bank and then you ask for a business loan. You're having a shop in Ford. You are thinking you need to open another restaurant in somewhere. So you don't have money. Then you go to the bank and you ask for a loan. Does the bank give you money free? They charge you an interest, right? So who decides that interest? It's not that particular bank, it's a central bank decides on all the monetary policies for the country. So central bank decides that this is the interest rate that you should charge from a citizen of this country. Or they give a little bit of uh, leeway. They say, okay, you can charge, example, 10%, then you can just take 1% or 2% more. You can't go beyond that. So that is controlled by the central bank. So can you control that interest policies? Now, when you go and deposit money in bank, how much do you think the bank give you as an interest? You know how much the bank charge interest? Now, let's say you go to buy a motorbike, you buy a car, okay, or you go to take a loan. Bank charges approximately 24% interest per year. Okay. Now, let's say if you go to take a housing loan or a building loan, they will charge you somewhere like 14% interest. Now, when you go and deposit your money in the bank, how much interest do they give you? You will have a bank account? No, you? No bank account? Okay. So approximately they will give you 7%. That is between 5 to 7%. So they give you 5 to 7%, and then they charge you higher amount. This is where the bank pays you for your money. When you will deposit money, they will give you 7% on your deposit value per annum. Whatever. This is just an example I told you. This is for savings and investment, 7%. So, and then when you try to take a loan from the bank or from any financial institution, they will charge you more than that. The difference is their margin, bank's profit. They take your money, give you less interest, and they lend your money to someone else, they take high interest from them. Whatever the difference is the bank's profit. Okay. So in an economic environment, these are the factors that will directly affect your business's performance. Okay, so under macro environment, on the external environment, types of internal and external. The external, we are talking about macro. We have economic environment, which will have a direct impact on your business. Okay. So you can write down. Just write down briefly what you understood, what I explained now. So you can write down taxes, interest rates are the factors. Taxes, interest rates are the factors that will directly impact the business's performance. Okay. And then we have social and cultural environment. You can write down social and cultural environment. So who can explain this to me? Social and cultural environment. Anyone online? Are you there? Okay, right? Yeah. Can you explain what is a social and cultural environment and how it will affect your business? Yeah. Which restaurant? Indonesian, okay. What do they complain? Okay. It's like very okay. Okay. Correct. What you said is correct. One, any idea? Okay. So social and cultural environment is nothing but it's where your business is operating and what kind of product or service you're offering and how that is going to impact the society or the culture that is surrounding that particular thing. Now imagine Candy being a more sacred place. Okay, so have you been to Candy? Okay, so Candy city around that's the most sacred place where Buddhist temple is there, Darada Madhugava is there. So there generally people behave well. It's a religious place and they don't want to misbehave in that area. Imagine your organization, you're running a restaurant, okay, and you're having a night DJ party. That's your business, okay. So you in daytime it's a restaurant, nighttime you bring down famous DJs from abroad and you run DJ parties or you put loudspeakers and make a noise there. Do you think that will impact your business? Definitely, that will impact. Even people will go complain. It's not suitable to that environment. It's not suitable to that culture over there, right? So likewise, the society or the social implications and the cultural implications will definitely have an impact on the organization's performance. So now your restaurant operates in Port City. You said that your menu is more Indonesian based, right? Indonesian. Okay. 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 So when you open a new branch, you think about this. You think about where you open your branch, whether it will have a social implication or a cultural implication. So that's what you have to think about the external environment. Now imagine, Rifan, you're working in a company, you're the CEO there, and you have several branches. And one of your sales manager is telling that let's open one branch in Maldives. Okay. Now, before you go to Maldives, you need to understand what are the social and cultural implications for your product in Maldives. I'll just tell you an example. I worked for a company before. We were selling degrees. I don't know where the remote is. Do you find the remote there? Is it here? Can we switch it off? Yeah, please, if you can. Yeah. I understand that's 17. Don't hear anything from students online. So let's send a message to everyone. 21. No, you can operate. You can operate. Yeah. You okay, right? So let's write under social and cultural environment. This is one of the key. This is one of the key factor. Is one of the key factor where an organization must look into during their time of business. During their time of business. Okay. Next one is technological environment. Technological environment. Switch it off. Okay. Are you okay? Yeah. So technological environment. There are few interesting companies stories which I can explain in this one. Okay. Have you all heard about the name called BlackBerry? BlackBerry phone. And then Kodak camera. Okay. Nokia phone. Okay. And then I can name there are hundreds. Okay. You all know a email service provider called Yahoo. Okay. What do you think happened to these companies? Sorry? No idea. Rifan, any idea? Sure, not even about the Nokia phone or BlackBerry phone. They are not famous now. Okay. Have you seen a BlackBerry phone? You? Kodak camera? At least, do you know there's a thing called camera reel? There's a round thing like what's the size? It's half the size of this. Yes, yellow color, and then there's a camera reel inside. So when you expose it to sun, it will get destroyed. Have you seen that? I have collected evidence. So what happened is when the technology was getting advanced, okay, says that I can give a break at 2:30. What time you all want to break? You all can wait until 2:30? Okay. So what happened is when during let's say 2000, I think 2000, 2001, 2, 3, 4, likewise, technology was getting advanced in the world. Okay? And then these companies, what they did, they were having much multi-million dollar sales. They are very famous. Kodak and all very famous. BlackBerry famous. Nokia phones famous. Whenever the mobile phone came to the market, the first mobile phone was Nokia. I had one Nokia phone like this much size. You know, even you can throw it out to this window will break the phone. Okay. So they were very famous and they were successful. So when there were new technological advancements were coming in, they didn't, the management, they didn't listen to the others or the environment or the parties who were interested in that business. You know, they said to Nokia, this touch system is coming. It's all about what that you have. Let's introduce a phone which has a touch screen. Like, are you mad? Who will use a touch screen? That will break. You know? And then the operating system Android came into place. Nokia was operating on another operating system. And then they were like people were saying you use Android. Android is a much open source software. It's easy. People can download application and then use. Then Nokia was not interested at all. Similarly, Kodak. So Kodak was operating through this film reel, and then world got introduced with memory cards, small memory cards. So it was 512 MB. Don't know what's the capacity available now. At that time, 512 MB for me is like I can store 100 songs. That's more than enough for me. So they were like, no, no, we will go with this to make memory cards, or we don't want to make it digital. So it's like you keep your hand like this and you click photos. So likewise, BlackBerry introduced the phone where you can only send email. Okay. Only email. So I also had a BlackBerry phone. It's just a status symbol, I have BlackBerry. That's the name about it. So I just used to send email. And you know how many days I used it? I bought the phone. I used it only 3 days. I had enough of it. To whom I will send email? There's no one for me to send email, right? So I just use it then now. I can't do anything. And then there's only Google, that, what is it? Firefox. No, Internet Explorer. And Firefox was there. So what I will do, I just go and then there's a small button I need to scroll like this. I had enough of it. I return the phone to the shop itself. So people, they bought it and then they didn't have much use for it. They started selling it off, or they were not buying again. Why? Because these companies, they didn't want to adapt to the technological advancements. Okay. So imagine your organization, your restaurant or your shop. If you don't follow the new technologies that is coming, you think you can survive in the long run? Definitely you can't. Okay. Now, one example I will tell you, a POS system, point of sale system, where if your restaurant still you're issuing, do you call that one approval bills for your customers will not like it, because the place where you're operating, definitely you need to give a printed bill. The cost system should be there. Then only you can understand whether you have stock of this, or whether it's going to run out of stock. If not, maybe still you have a very old cost system and you are not updating it. You will not be able to see the stock which is there on your storeroom. Now, let's say customer is giving an order for a dish, or customer is giving an order, let's say, for decorative stickers, 100 stickers that they want. Okay. Now, maybe you will have 118 in stock. You saw in the morning, you have 5 boxes of this. You think you can sell. And you sold 100 to one customer. And the next order will come in another one more month. How do you think you will survive that 1 month with only 18 stickers balance? If customers come and ask, you think you can give? You will, your customers will come, they walk back. They say, no point, don't go to this shop, they don't have anything. So if you are well advanced, if you are well equipped with new technologies, then definitely that will have a positive impact on your business. Understood? Okay, now you write down what I explained. Write it down on your own words that you will understand later. Technological environment. We have say, Africa, I believe you're writing, you're understanding what I have explained. And then Amna, if you're there. Okay, right. And then we'll move forward from natural environment. So, what do you think a natural Amanda, can you please give me access for sharing? Also, one environment, right? Technological environment, which will have an impact on the business now. Earlier, when we were studying, it was all physical. So now the campus is using the technology, and there are students joining online also. Maybe they are from far away distance location that they're joining. So they are making use of the technology. So likewise, you have to think when you run your business, how well you're trying to use the technology for your favor, for the company's favor, and how you're going to do the business. So that is an important thing that you should do. Students online, you'll have to wait. I need access for sharing. Can you please give me access for sharing? No stress. Need a 10-minute break. Need to maybe stretch yourself. You want? Okay. If you want to use the washroom, you can go. So let's focus on the natural environment. Can you explain anything natural environment? Yeah, so nature, water, air, correct. But how do you think that will affect your organization? How do you think it will affect your organization? Imagine there's a proposal coming for your restaurant that there is an location in wall. Okay, so it's nearby a paddy. The, the paddy called nature retreat. Okay, you see that you attract foreigners. You give a nice environment, nice view of a paddy field of no paddy field and the jungle view or beach view, whatever it is. How you are going to structure two-story building or paddy field. How do you think that will impact? You think that go build a building, construct a two-story building. See, there are people who do that. Okay, I'll tell you. Paddy field where you can't do anything in a marked paddy field. I would say, just forget about paddy field. Comes and gets stored, and then that has evolved naturally. That's where when rainwater comes, the storm water comes, and then the water goes around the drainage system, and then it gets stored in one place, and from there it will eventually get drained to the sea. Okay, so those are protected lands where you can't construct anything, you can't build anything. Okay, or lands we call it. So likewise, there are natural factors which an organization must consider, organization must look into when they build or when they do a business in that particular environment. Okay. Now, let's say again, my earlier uh, example in Kandy, you're operating a restaurant with a nightclub. Okay, the nature will not allow you to do that because it will be a sound pollution at night, when you put music and then people are sleeping around. It will be a sound pollution and the government will not allow for you to do that. So there is a restriction even now. I believe it's 10 o'clock, 10 p.m. at night. You can't play loud music after 10 p.m. Recently, I was there night clubs or parties by 10 o'clock. So beyond 10 o'clock, there is a court ruling that you I can't remember the time exactly. You're not allowed to people have to sleep in the surrounding, and then you're not allowed to play music. The, yeah, the Zoom keep getting disconnected, and you have to give me access. So there's an issue. Wi-Fi, I think. Yeah, less than 20. Sure. See, please let me know. Right. factors such as air pollution. Okay. And then we move on to demographic and I think you'll have to give me a permanent access. Everyone you have to give me the access. But this keep getting disconnected, that's why. Or you can give me a permanent access, that's fine.
No, it's just that's making you the host, so it can't be a permanent access.
Okay. So you'll have to give me access now.
Let me begin this.
Okay. Did you write natural environment? Natural, I explained, right? Demographic. So what is a demography? Any idea? Demography? Okay. I'll just give you one example. Now, let's say again a restaurant, because this is one of a project that I did. So imagine you're opening up a restaurant in a European country. Okay. So here in Sri Lanka, when you go to a restaurant, normally you see a type of a customer base you will see there. And will you see mostly individuals coming and dining? You will see families coming together. Families, right? So that's the demography that we have here. Now, similarly, if you go to Europe, you won't see much of a big family walking in into a restaurant. You will see mostly individual or a couple. So when you plan your restaurant, the seating structure and all should be based on that, right? If not, no, you make big, huge play, sitting area, like two people coming in occupying that space is not suitable. Now, let's say if you're setting up your restaurant in a transit point, places where people travel mostly, okay, then it should be a place where it's a quick bite they will take. Now, you see in McDonald's and all, uh, do they have like big places? No, right? You find a small table, two chairs, and then people they grab a bite and they move on. So likewise, the demography where your business is operating, I have to close this. Demography where your business is operating is also much important, and it will be a contributing factor for the performance of your organization. So we can just write it down briefly what I explained. There's nothing much important over there. So demographic environment is also a contributing factor for the performance of an organization. Sorry? Yeah. So demographic environment is also a contributing factor for the performance of the organization. Factors such as age distribution, gender. What else do you think will be a demographic environment contributor? So there is age, there's gender. What else do you think will be? Now you're establishing your business in Mumbai. Do you know the population of Mumbai? India? In India, Mumbai? Roughly, can you guess how much? What is the population in Sri Lanka? Rupiah, right? What is the population in Sri Lanka? My goodness, you don't know the population of Sri Lanka. Very bad. Population of Sri Lanka is approximately 22 million. 22 million and upwards. And do you know the population of Mumbai? Mumbai. Population of Mumbai is approximately 40 million. 40, double. Okay. Double the population of Sri Lanka is one city in India. Now, one of the restaurant, a famous restaurant in Sri Lanka in Colombo, they opened in Mumbai. And they failed. Okay. One factor why they failed is they didn't consider the demographic environment of that particular place. They thought Mumbai is also a city like Colombo, okay, where you will get few 50 or 20 customers for a day, 100 customers for a day, and then they set up their space in such a small level, and then they miserably fail. Why? Now imagine this particular restaurant, okay, this particular restaurant in
Reclaim house.
Okay.
Be the stake or host or reclaim house.
Okay.
So if the connection dropped for him and then if he asks you to
Okay, so some issue there. Technological advancements, fine. So they miserably failed. Why? Because their seating capacity was not enough, and then they didn't consider about the eating pattern of the customers. Okay, now if I could say, since this is a recording, I can't tell the name. It's a company who was dealing with seafood. Okay, seafood, and then they didn't consider the eating pattern of the people in that location. Now imagine you're selling seafood, okay, and for people who are mostly vegetarians, will not be a good thing, right? And then there are certain seafoods vegetarians consider not suitable to consume. Okay, sorry, seafood, yeah. Okay, so unlike it not need to be beef or chicken or pork or whatever, even seafood, you can switch it off. This is closed room, right? If it is sweating, you let me know. Okay, I'm okay. I'm cool with it. Okay, so demography is very important. You should consider when opening up a business. Okay, so what I told you is initially what? Age and gender. Also, population size and growth. Population size and growth. And do you think education level also will have an impact on your business, depending on who your target customer is? Okay, so education level. And then also very important factor, income level. You're opening up a business in Colombo, or let's say you're opening up a business in Anuradhapura, and your products are very expensive. You think customers in that area will come and purchase? You should market something which will go in line with the income level of the demography of your business. Now, if your business is a multi-city business where you have branches everywhere, then that's fine. That's a different story. But you're having just one branch or one location, and that's you're locating in Anuradhapura, and your products are very expensive. You think people will buy? No. Because the income level in that particular area you should study. Now, I will give you an assignment later on. In that assignment, you need to analyze the income level of that people in that location. You need to give me breakdown of the demographic environment in that location. So that is also an important thing which you should consider when you start a business. Okay, and then write down income level, family size. Does the family size and structure matters? How do you think it will matter? Of course, the space in case of a restaurant, you need to understand what kind of family size do they have. Do they like, are there like two people in a family, or there are like five people in a family? So we call it as nuclear family. And then small family. Likewise, there are certain things which we will discuss later. Okay. So those things are there. Family size matters, family size and structure. And then also you must consider whether it is an urban population or a rural population. What is urban population? Urban, urban is like a city. Where is your house? Amasti. So you are in Corona. So that's an urban space. Okay. Vandanam. So that's an urban place. And then Anuradhapura, Horobatana, or if I say the names now. So there is one place called Galen Bidunu Weber. Okay, and there's a place called Mimure. So those are like rural places. Don't think big when you go for a rural place. You need to focus on the demography in that side. What is the income level? What is the education level? What kind of family they have? So you need to consider all these things before you even think of venturing to that place. So that's why I said initially, if you see, I have mentioned here, a business must be able to identify changes in the environment in what? In advance and adapt according to that situation. So before you venture into a new location, you must consider all these things well in advance before you even think of going there. And this is one such factor, demographic environment, where a leading company miserably failed in Mumbai. Okay, they didn't think about the eating pattern of the company. They didn't think about what kind of size they should go for, what kind of seating arrangement they should go for. Now imagine you're opening up a business and there is no space for your customers to come and sit, but your product is something where customers should come and experience. Imagine it's a mobile phone. Now, can you sell a mobile phone with a counter like this? Come, customer, your customer come, this is the mobile. You think you can experience? No. You go to dialogue. Have you gone to dialogue service centers? Dialogue arcade? If you go there, they will have seating arrangement. Okay. Now, when a customer walks in, first they give a token and they ask you to sit. And then they will have charging stations. If your mobile phone don't have charge, they'll ask you. You have the option to charge, and you can still scroll your reels or whatever until your turn comes. Why? What is the reason? Because they have understood the demography of their customer. They know their customers, they have some issue with their phone. They will come frustrated, and then they don't want to make the customers more frustrated by standing in line. Imagine you're going to some place to lodge a complaint, and then already you're pissed off, and then they ask you to please stand in line until your turn comes. They'll be more pissed off, and then they'll lash it out on the service agents. So they have understood that situation, made an environment where it will suit the customer's issue. And sometimes, when you charge your phone, you scroll things, and when you walk to the counter, the anger that you had when you walked inside the location, you won't have that. You will be much cooler, and then you will handle things much calmer. So demographic environment is also very important contributing factor into this. Okay. I'll give you a 5 minute break. Okay, take a 5 minute break, and then now it's 1:25. At 1:30 we will join. For students online also, I'm giving a 5 minute break. You all can take a break and come back at 1:30. Just stretch yourself, and you all also, and then we will I would like to speak with Afika and Amna Zuhair. Can you switch on your microphone? Am I audible? Hello? You can speak. Yes, I would like to know whether you have any question. If not, then I have a question to ask. For 20, no? Unless otherwise you all speak, then I won't be able to make it a success. No? You all must understand what I teach, and then eventually on the assignments you will get stuck. Please wait. I'm trying to give access for the screen. Post itself is not there. So until they answer the call, will follow. So you all wrote down the demographic environment, right? Okay. Now, any question you what I ask you to do is take a minute, read the macro environment once again, okay? And then if you have any question, you ask me because we are going to move forward. Okay? So we are going to analyze, we are going to do a lot of things, some activities also on so before we proceed, take time and read this. So students online, I need to talk to you all. Read once again the macro environment notes which you would have written down now. If you have any questions, you have to ask me because now we are going to analyze the macro environment. So there will be a business environment analysis part. I want you all to read the notes which you all have written down and ask questions from. I am unable to share the screen with you all. The access is not there for me, so you have to wait. Online students, you have to wait. Sure, no question. You better read your notes. Over here, there is only little information on the screen. Social and cultural. Okay, social and cultural example, I would say, just an explanatory example. Social norms and cultural implications must be respected when you do a business. Okay. What are social norms? Your business is running, let's say, nearby a religious institute. Okay. So there is a social norm that you need to respect that thing, right? Example, say if you are running your business near a school, we don't expect a liquor establishment to operate near a school or a shop which sells cigarette smoking area. So before you establish your restaurant or you establish your business, you need to see whether there will be a social implication in that location. So respecting social norms and cultural implication is also a key factor which will impact your business. Clear? Okay. So we are moving forward now. Interested parties of a business. Interested parties of a business. He's gonna go down and come high. See whether they can do this. You right? Yeah. Interested parties of a business. The parties that we are dealing with. Is it? Right. Can you all see the screen? At least say something. Did you write this? Okay. So please write this interested parties of business. This is just straightforward for you to understand who are the companies or who are the parties interested in a business. So what we studied earlier only, internal and external. Internal, there are employees, managers, or owners. And then external, suppliers, society, government, customers, creditors, competitors. Who are creditors? Speak up. Yes, where you take money on loan or whoever financing your business, they are called creditors. Okay. Now I will give you a task. Now before that, we are going to analyze the business. Okay. So business environment analysis. Environment analysis. What does this mean? What is meant by business environment analysis? Any idea? What is analysis? Ask what is analysis? No, before a cricket match in TV, there were like few people talking, right? What do? They analyze the past match, they analyze the player's performance, right? They do an analysis. So similarly, you must analyze the business environment also. I'm not asking you to analyze the business. This is business environment analysis. Okay. So what are the types of business environment? We studied now. Internal, external. So external is divided into two. What are the types? Task environment, one macro environment. Okay. So what is macro environment? What are the contributing environments in the macro environment? Political, environmental, social and cultural, technological, natural and demographic environment. Good. So now how do we analyze this? How do we analyze business environment? Now, if you are to analyze a business, yes, we can analyze the business. We take their numbers, their sales figure, their performance, how much they are selling, what is their margin, what is their cost. Numbers we can do. But how do we analyze an environment? There are certain factors there are certain methods actually which you should follow to analyze an environment. So one such method, one such model is called, you study this. Does it come to this? Okay. Maybe London or token? You? Token. Okay. So we will have this. If in yours. Okay. Are you doing AWS? No. Okay. So this is for your knowledge. This is called SWOT analysis. Okay. So S stands for what? Refer. D. W stands for weakness. Whose weakness? Business. Businesses. O stands for opportunity. And T stands for threats. Write this down, please. I hope the screen is visible. So it's strength, weakness, opportunities, and threats. Okay. Now, let's take one of the business example. Let's take a name called Sumanapala and Sons. Okay, that's a common name. Let's take it forward. So Sumanapala and Sons, they are having a new business venture. It's a rubber product. Okay, so their product is based on rubber. So let it be rubber footwear, whatever you find in rubber, they are making it. Now, Sumanapala and Sons, they don't have a defined business objective. What is an objective? What is an objective? Objective, which means in simple terms, it's a target, right? So they don't have a defined business objective. What is defined business objective? Objective which they must define it. They must explain in detail and write it down somewhere so that they can refer for future requirements. Okay. So the Sumanapala and Sons, they don't have a defined business objective, and they are asking you now. You are the business expert. You have done your degree program. What is this degree? Diploma in business management. So you have done diploma in business management. Now you have joined them as their manager. Now, before you analyze any business or business environment, you need to understand whether that business has a defined business objective. If there is no defined business objective, then it will be hard for you to do a SWOT analysis for that particular business. Okay? So, under business environment analysis, subtopic is SWOT analysis. Under SWOT analysis, you can write down what I'm giving you now. Okay? This method analyzes strength, weakness, opportunity, and threat. This method analyzes strength, weakness, opportunity, and threats within a business environment. Within a business environment. If a business in a business environment, if a business has its objectives, if a business has its objectives defined properly, if a business has its objectives defined properly, which is appropriate to use SWOT analysis. Okay. Now, what is this S stands for? Strength, weakness, opportunity, and threat. Okay. The strength and weakness you must consider to your organization as positive factor. Strength is obviously a positive thing. And identifying the weakness, also you must consider that it is a positive thing. You're having a weakness and you're identifying your weakness, take it as a positive factor. And the opportunities and threats, okay, those things are what? Negative factors. So you must now, once you identify an opportunity and a threat, and you haven't taken it into consideration, then it means it's a negative thing that you have done, right? Now, in your business, in Sumanapal and Sons business, he is having a rubber production, and he haven't considered the opportunities he had, which means to his business it's a negative thing. And a threat. What is a threat for a business? What do you consider threat as a business? In a business, what kind of things will be a threat? Competition is a threat, right? Definitely competition is a threat. And similarly, what other things you think will be a threat? Other environment factors will be also a threat. Now, let's say an environment factor such as uh, government implementing a new policy. Okay. They are saying you're manufacturing using rubber products, your wastage should be disposed correctly. And how you dispose your wastage, you need to go to a specific company who does rubber wastage, a chemical wastage processing plant. You need to give your wastage only to them. That's a government policy. So right now, maybe Sumanapal and Sons, they are just throwing the rubber wastage into maybe a garbage spot next to their factory. That will make a environment impact. It will pollute the environment. So that is the threat, which is a negative thing. Now, in this one, there are certain things which are internal and there are certain things which are external. Which one do you think an internal factor? Strength, will it be an internal factor? Definitely, yes. Strength is an internal factor, right? So strength is internal. Then how about weakness? This one, weakness. That's also internal. You, Rifan? Weakness. Why do you say it is external? Yes. Weakness, this is external. So how about opportunity? Rukaya. Or anyone online? Opportunity. How do you consider opportunity as an internal? Rifan? Yes, your answer is correct. It's internal. But why do you say it's internal? Because the opportunities are directly related to the business, right? It's your opportunity, your business is your opportunity. So this is an internal thing. And threat is an external. Threat is external. Okay. So now we will do an activity. There's 30 minutes. So students online, I'm going to give you an activity. If you're following me, you can speak up now or else you will miss. Are you all there? I think Afika is trying to speak, but I can't hear anything.
Okay.
Okay. And Amna, are you there, Amna? Okay. So the activity is this. Now I'm gonna read it out, write down. Okay. Sumanapala and Sons. Sumanapala and Sons is having a manufacturing business, Sumanapala and Sons is having a manufacturing business of rubber products in Polonnaruwa. He has a workforce of 110 employees. He has a workforce of 110 employees. Afika, if you want me to repeat, you let me know if I'm fast. He has a workforce of 110 employees. And his business is located in a protected land area. His main customer base
So located in a
protected area, protected land area. Okay, protected land area. His main customer base is located at Colombo, Galle, and Hambantota. His main customer base is located at Galle, Colombo, Galle, and Hambantota. He is primarily producing only rubber footwear and has not evolved evolved into any other product category. Since the inception of business. Since the inception of business. Inception or starting of business. So since he started his business, he is manufacturing only rubber footwear, nothing else. Conduct a SWOT analysis. Conduct a SWOT analysis for the business of Sumanapala and Sons. For the business of Sumanapala and Sons. Okay. So I'll give you 20 minutes. Study, read once again, write down the SWOT analysis, write SWOT separately, write down what is the strength of Sumanapala and Sons, what is his weakness, and what do you think his opportunities are? Now, opportunities are not given on that question. You have to think, what do you think his opportunities are? What do you think the threats will be? Okay. So think, put yourself in that company, in Sumanapala and Sons, think you're the owner, you're the manager. How you find the business is operating right now? And you can assume, certain things you can assume. Okay, you can assume that he's now I told you he's running his business on a protected land. Now you can assume he's dumping the waste on the land next to his factory. So you need to then write, assuming that Sumanapal and Sons is dumping the wastage onto the protected land, so and so is the implication. What do you think will be the implication? He is polluting the environment. So it is a what? It's a threat. Okay. So take time, 20 minutes. Now it's 2:07 by 2:25. I need the answers. Yeah, sure, take it. So students online, you can take a photo and put it on the chat. Okay, Africa, are you following?
Okay, sir.
Okay, Amna, are you there? Okay. So in the meanwhile, if you have questions, you can ask me. That's why I gave you. First study the scenario and then jot down. I understand what you are referring. You think and write. Let's discuss later. You have to write briefly. You have to write once. You understand this? But then what it is like, it's it's very it's what you assume. That what you assume. Then ignorance and the part of this. It should be a number. That will take time. Okay. Yeah. Yes, of course. I want that to be access for the share this thing. Yeah, there's a technical problem. So it is common people who have follow. Yeah. Or you- Other than was done. It's work. But it's not done yet. Okay. We have this meetings, we having meetings, but I think I gave. Also. Yourself issue or do they have any problem? So it's strength. Afik, any doubts? Are you writing?
So I'm writing.
Okay. Did you understand? Have you studied SWOT analysis before, or is this the first time?
No, I studied already in my years.
Okay. Well, yes. Okay. What did you do for years?
Commerce stream.
Okay. What are the subjects?
Business in management, economics and accounts.
Okay. Which school? Is it a local syllabus or London?
I'm studied Pioneer Ambiklam Convent.
Okay. Okay. So I hope then it's easy for you. If you have any question, you can ask.
Yeah, sure.
And I hope you all have mobile phones, right? Internet is also there. The next analysis, you will need to use your phone internet and find the answers. So, it's threat in operating a business means I'll take another restaurant example. A restaurant have a threat from a supplier. How that threat will come? Supplier, let's say one fine morning, your meat supplier is saying, I can't give you meat today. My archie died, so I'm closing the factory. So that full day, what will happen to your business? You won't close your business, but there is a threat, right? Your supplier will not supply you the material you want. And then there will be threat from competition also, right? So likewise, threat means the problem you might face for your business. Okay, clear? So Amna and Africa, once you are done, take a photo and send it on this chat, okay? Hello, did you all get it? So, okay, you're stuck somewhere? Yeah. Weakness. Okay. So I told you, weakness. Uh, Actually, there are few weaknesses in that. Read once again, you will understand. It depends on your perception, how you are approaching that. One clear weakness which I have given. What do you think his weakness might be? Get it where? Yes, it is one weakness. There are some more weaknesses I give. But do you all know what is a protected land? It doesn't mean like there is this wall around and stuff. Not like that. A protected land means a land area which is protected by the government where you can't do anything there. No construction, no business. You just simply can't do anything over there. It's protected. It's for the wildlife. It's for the environment. Okay, so that's called a protected land.
Sir, did you get my answers?
Do you send in the chat?
Yeah.
I didn't get. So in the chat, it's showing the. No, your chat is not yet there. I sent a message. Did you receive it?
Wait, sir. No, sir.
Now?
No.
Do you have a WhatsApp group?
Yeah, send, got it, sir. Wait, send.
Can you message in that?
Yeah, yeah.
I didn't get your answers yet. Or put it on this common group, common chat. Can you see the screen?
Yeah, sir.
Yeah, just put it in this one, where it says everyone. So there's 5 more minutes. It's okay, you can make mistake, no problem. Write what you know, write what you understood. Okay. After the break, we'll see. Okay. Finish? Africa, are you done?
Sir, I sent it.
Okay, I have got. Amna, yes, I will share the PowerPoint. I'm not there in the group. I will share it to your coordinator and she might send it to you. But please share your answer in this now. Okay, we will stop for break. Okay, so 2:30 to 3 o'clock is the break time. We will meet at 3 o'clock. and then we will discuss the answer. And then also there is another analysis model. We will do that. Okay. Cool. Okay, then I will be back at 3 o'clock. Okay, we are back. So first, is an online answer. We will see that. Afik, are you there?
Yeah, sir.
Okay, so we'll see your answer first. You all can read, right? Is it visible? Okay, so she have mentioned the strength. It says his main customer base is located at Colombo, Galle, and Hambantota. So can sell his goods very quickly because of high population area. Okay, and then weakness, only producing rubber footwear is the weakness. Instead of rubber, can produce other than footwears. What do you mean by that? Africa, what do you mean by that? Hello.
Yeah, so I thought that we can produce with rubber, can make any other things like toys.
Like, okay. Other product category.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. And then opportunity, he has a workforce of 110 employees. So that can involve them in much working loads. Okay. How do you consider this as an opportunity?
Um, 110 employees can do many work.
Yeah, so there are 110 employees, but how do you think that will be an opportunity? Okay, and then threats, garbage disposal system might be the threat, while rubber is a big cons for land. Can you explain that?
Burning of rubber or disposal like digging under the land might be disadvantage.
Okay, that is clear. But how about the other one? Well, rubber is a big cons for land. How do you explain that? You can. How do you pronounce your name? Hello. Am I audible to you? Okay, you all can see this, right? The screen. Okay. So what she have mentioned is strength. This says his main customer base is located at Colombo. Okay. You share the screen first. Okay. So this is his main customer base is located at Colombo, Galle, and Hambantota. So can sell his goods very quickly because of high population area. Very good. See, this one ideally this should be a weakness. Okay. But she have mentioned that weakness into a positive thing also. Why weakness? because the distance he is making in Polonnaruwa and the material is coming to. Are you trying to say something? Okay. So the material should come to Colombo, Galle and Hambantota, which is a very long way. Okay. So that should be definitely one of the weakness because of the transport cost involved. But she have made that weakness as a strength because her perspective is thinking that this particular product can be sold in Colombo or an which is a highly populated area. Okay. And then her weakness, only producing rubber footwear is the weakness. Instead of rubber, can produce other than footwear. What she's trying to say is you can produce something else, like some other category. But Africa, just remember, a company normally, when they are in one line of business, expanding the portfolio to another industry, to another segment is very difficult. And it's not an easy thing to do. So instead of manufacturing rubber footwear, in this context, I would say he can produce leather footwear. He's making footwear. Instead of making rubber footwear, he can make leather footwear, or he can make rubber gloves or rubber balls or something out of rubber itself. Okay. So, but actually his weakness should be something else, which I will explain at the end. And then opportunities he have mentioned, he has a workforce of 110 employees. So that can involve them in much working load. So actually 110 employees, is saying that they can make use of that particular workforce to some other work. Say what I assume what she have mentioned there is 50 people they put for rubber footwear manufacturing and another 50 they will put for some other work. So that you divide the work and then you do more things. Okay. Yes, that can be an opportunity. Okay, but the detailed opportunity we will discuss later. And then threats, garbage disposal system, correct. Garbage disposal is a threat. While rubber is a big pond for land, I didn't actually understand what that means. So that is it about that one. Can I see yours? Okay, see. Okay, so Rifan, what Rifan have mentioned is, so Rifan have mentioned strength. He has 110 employees. That means he can be ready, he can ready the product early. And his business is located in a protected land area. And he built a main customer in Colombo Mall and Hampantota. Okay. So you have mentioned that same thing. And then he has 110 employees. That is also strength. A big workforce is a strength. Also remember that same strength will be a threat also. Why threat? I'll explain later. Then you say you have mentioned he can ready the product early, which means quick production time, right? Okay. And his business is located in protected land. Why is that a strength? Okay, so you are saying that there will, I mean, even if there is a sound pollution, people won't complain, something like that, right? Okay. Yeah, that's one perspective. See, in this course, there is nothing called right or wrong. Okay. If you write something, you need to justify your answer. Understand very clearly, this is not like how your school works. In your school curriculum, there is something called right and something called wrong. They will give you marks for that. But this is an academic qualification. In this academic qualification, when you write something, you need to justify what you're writing. Okay? Do you want me to switch off the AC or reduce it further? So why don't you just shift? Okay, the wood is getting okay. 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 So if you are justifying your answer, now when I give you an assignment today, you should bring it, like you should send it to me before next week. You should justify your answer. If you say now what you're saying is, for me, the business being done in a protected area is definitely a threat. But how you portray it is differently. That I didn't think that way. What you're thinking is that the neighbors are not there, so no one will complain about the sound, no one will complain about anything else. You can freely do your work. Unmanned army jungle. Okay, fine. And the weakness, sometimes the supplier won't at time because of transportation. And then also you have mentioned the weakness as protected land area. Okay, correct. So one of the weakness is sometimes the supplier won't be. No, can you explain this? Like he will not give material to his customers on time. Is it? I mean, he will delay. Why they will delay? So that you have to mention. I understand what you're trying to do. You have something in your mind, but you're not putting it down clearly. But that will be an issue in the exam. Okay. So when you write something, write in detail. Okay. An opportunity, if he organize new product, it might improve sales. So what you're trying to say is diversification of product. You're asking them to introduce a new product. Okay. What is that new product? You haven't mentioned. So now Africa said like toys. Yes, it may be a right answer, but a manufacturer who is producing rubber products can't manufacture toys. Huh? So you can write here maybe rubber balls, rubber gloves, rubber shoe. No, there are rubber shoes also, not only slippers. And thread, sometimes the wastage of rubber cause damage in protected land. Sometimes the material might be delayed. Now, whose delay is this you're talking about? Suppliers. It's correct. So what he's saying is supplier. What is his company? Somunapala and Son supplier might delay sending rubber. Yes, correct. That is also threat of a supplier. Okay, good, not bad. Can you pass the book? Right, thank you. Okay. Okay. So Rukia's answer, strength 110 employees, indicating stable capacity of workforce. Good. Customer base located in cities, access to customer market. What does that mean? You have mentioned customer base located in cities. Okay. And then access to customer market. So the customers has access to their products. Is that what you're saying? Okay. See, your answer is there, but the way how you put it is different. Okay. And then cost, is it? Cost advantage. Cost advantage could mean lower labor cost than urban area. What cost are you talking about? So you should say production cost. Production cost, less production cost could mean better price. Something like that you have to put. What you have mentioned is cost advantage could mean lower labor cost than urban area. Okay. We're talking about the transport cost. Transport or the labor cost in that area. Okay, fine. And then weakness, increase transportation time and cost distance. Correct? Transportation time from factory. Now, when you're writing, you should say transportation time from factory to the market is more. So you should put it that way. Operating in a protected land area might get strict in environment protection rule. Correct. This is the reason why I gave the word protected area. If you work in a protected land, sometimes the government may ask you to leave that premise, to just walk away. Okay. Opportunity, try new products, sell online. So new products you have mentioned rubber gloves and sell online. See, opportunity you can always write new. Okay, just don't say rubber gloves. You can say try new product range, explore to new market. export to another country, do online. Okay. So what you have written is correct. For this level of force, you need to explain more. Okay. And then threat rules might get stricter, could make it harder to run business. Competitions, bigger brands might offer more variety. Okay. Fuel price and shipping fee could keep climbing with long distance involved. Okay. Correct. So I will tell you my answer now. Okay. So you also, Africa, write down my answers. Strength. Yes. First strength is having a huge workforce. Okay. Is there anyone? Huge workforce. Okay. So write in detail, having a huge workforce will give the ability to produce and supply products with less turnaround time. Turnaround time. Turnaround time means time taken from manufacturing to sales. That is called turnaround time. Okay. And then did I mention that they are doing the business for a long time? Okay. So the other strength what you can write down is having expertise in manufacturing rubber footwear. Having expertise in manufacturing rubber footwear. Africa, are you writing?
Yes.
Okay. So having expertise in manufacturing rubber footwear. So see, he's manufacturing rubber footwear since long time, and he's experienced in doing that. So maybe he will do good quality rubber footwear, and he will do in good designs. So that may be his strength. Okay. What do you think the other strength will be? There might be another one. Read once again. Yes, his customer base is located in prime location. Okay, right. Customer base located in prime location, which means customer base located in prime locations, which means, okay, which means customers has more purchasing power due to the demography of the location. Customer has more purchasing power due to the customers who are based in the demography. Customers who are based in the demography such as Colombo and Gaul. Huh? I'm not saying Hambantota, it's Colombo and Gaul. I'll say why Hambantota I'm ignoring. Colombo and Gaul. Now, what does that mean? Can you read, Rukia? Hmm. Okay. Now, what is a prime location? Hmm? Prominent place, right? So, Colombo 3 is a prime location. If you are doing a business in Colombo 3, definitely your customers who come to your location has more purchasing power. Okay, if not, imagine someone who is living in, let's say, Polonnaruwa. Okay, will they come to Kolpiti and buy something from a shop in Kolpiti? It's very rare, no? They will go to PETA, they'll find some small shops and buy from there, right? So if a customer who is purchasing rubber footwear from somebody who is making in Polonnaruwa, they are coming all the way to Colombo, or they're selling all the way in Colombo instead of selling in Radhapur or other places, they're selling in Colombo, right? So which means they already have established customers in Colombo, correct? That's why they are selling only in Colombo, Gola and Hambantota. Now, since they have established customers in Colombo, what does it mean? It means that their customers, Sumanapala and Sons already have a set of customers who are willing to pay the price what Sumanapala is charging and buy the product. Okay, so it's called purchasing power of the customer, and those customers are based in prime location. Now, you ask me why Hambantota is not there. Hambantota is not primarily a prime located place, but maybe due to some reason, Sumanapala is selling good in Hambantota also. Or maybe since he's selling in Gaul, he's just expanding to Hambantota, which is the next town. Okay, understood. So strengths clear. Okay, weakness. Right, weakness. Amna, did you send your answer? Amna Zuhair, please send your answer. Okay, so weakness, the first weakness is location between the factory and the potential market is huge. Distance between the factory and the potential market is huge. Therefore, Sumanapala and Sons will incur high transportation cost and lead time. What is lead time? Time taken between the production to sale. Okay. Okay. What did you write first? Distance between the factory and the potential market is huge. Distance between the factory and the potential market is huge. Therefore, Sumanapala and Sons will have to incur, Sumanapala and Sons will have to incur high transportation costs and huge lead time. Lead time, L-E-A-D, lead time. Huh? Lead time. So what would be the second weakness? Read again. That is actually a threat, but a weakness. What is the first strength you wrote? The answer I gave? Huge workforce. That is a weakness also. Okay. Write down weakness. I'll explain how. Having a huge workforce will eventually increase the production costs. And this will lead to and this will lead to low margin. What is margin? Profit will lead to low margin. Okay. So even though he's having a huge workforce, that is a strength for us, it is also a weakness. Okay. Correct. Okay. There is one more weakness. One more weakness. Yes. He is producing only rubber footwear. Okay. So limited scope of business. So this is how you should put your words in your assignment and exam. Limited scope of business. Under that, right? Sumanapala and Sons is manufacturing only rubber footwear. Sumanapala and Sons is manufacturing only rubber footwear. Instead, only rubber footwear. Instead, his competition might be selling more. Okay. Right. So we spoke about strength. We spoke about the weakness. Now opportunities. Okay. At present, Sumanapala and company, Sumanapala and Sons are delivering the material to their customer location. Okay. Now, instead of that, what they can do? Instead of delivering, sell online. Okay. So they have limited their location, right? Now, when you go online, you go countrywide and worldwide. Let's say if he's not targeting the worldwide customer, he can sell to anyone in the country and he can arrange delivery to anyone. So, how do you write it? Presence in online. Presence in online. Or e-commerce platform, you can write. Online stroke e-commerce. You can write those things. Okay. Presence in online and e-commerce platform. What are the other opportunities? Hmm? Expansion of business portfolio, product portfolio. Expansion of product portfolio. What does that mean? Yes, introduce co-products. Okay, write down there. Sumanapala and Sons can introduce co-products based on rubber into the market apart from only manufacturing rubber footwear. Into the market apart from manufacturing only rubber footwear. Okay. Right. And then you can write various of the opportunities also. There are many opportunities which you think you can write. Threats. So under threats, Somanapal and Sons is operating his business in a protected land. Okay, so this may eventually lead the government to suspend their business license or ask them to move away from that location. Okay, so write down business operation in a protected land. Business operation in a protected land. Okay. And then what could be the other threat? Hmm? Did I mention in that? Have I mentioned there? Disposal of wastage. Okay, right. Disposal of wastage. Since the business is operated in a protected land, yeah. Since the business is operated in a protected land, Sumanapal and Sons might be disposing their wastage Monopal and Sons might be disposing their wastage in that location, which will result in environment pollution. Okay, clear? Right. Any questions now? So with this, we have concluded the SWOT analysis. Okay, right. After any questions, we are going to move forward for another model which is called pestle analysis. Any questions? Okay, so since there is no question, we will write this pestle model. Or you can write pestle analysis. Yeah. I think the same problem. Same issue. Okay, so you can say pestle analysis. So this is nothing but the macro environment. We studied earlier, macro environment. That is what we are discussing here. We discussed about political, right? Political, economic, social. Which one? Where does it say warning? Is it on? I think the button is that side. Can you please? The what is there? There is a time also. Okay, thanks. Okay, so this is the macro environment which we studied. Can we read? The pestle model helps business analyze the external macro environment. Political, which is the government policy, taxation, trade restrictions, and economic, inflation, unemployment, interest rates, social, demographic changes, education, cultural trends, technological, new innovations, automation, R&D. What is R&D? Research and development. Okay, that is R&D. Legal, labor laws, copyright issues, health and safety. Okay, and environmental is climate change, sustainability practices. Now I have given an example here. During COVID-19 pandemic, which grade you all were in that time? So this is 6 years before. Right? Now you should be in grade 12. Okay, so during COVID-19, do you all remember what happened? Huh? Only you remember lockdown. Okay. COVID-19 pandemic, political and social events, and also many businesses had to shut down. Okay, now this is not only in Sri Lanka. Around the world, they just one night they said no, we are closing the airport, you stay at home. Okay, because it was out of control. Okay, so that is what environmental issue, right? Okay. Now we studied about this earlier for a long time. Okay. Now we are going to do a assignment or let's say a question and answer session. You are going to use your internet, you use your mobile phone, Africa, you can use your computer, and you are going to do an analysis of a company based on this pestle model. Okay? I will tell you what company it is. Based on that, you need to do an analysis. What kind of political implication this business will have, what kind of economic problems they might face, or what is the economic advantage they have, and then what kind of social and demographic implications that business might have. Okay, technological and legal things. Okay, and environment also, if you have any answer for that, you can write that one also. Okay, so write down the question, write down pestle analysis first, the subtopic. Africa, are you following?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so under pestle analysis, write down the question. JP and Company, JP and Company is a business who is running a restaurant, in India. They are planning to open up a restaurant in Colombo 3 along the Marine Drive. Sorry. They are planning to have only one restaurant in Colombo and employ most of their staff within the local market. Employ most of their staff within the local market. Okay. The chef and the manager will be recruited from India. The chef and the manager will be recruited from India. Now, everything what I say is for a reason. Huh? Now, I have mentioned the chef and the manager is from India, it's for a reason. Why you need to read this thing? Why I am mentioning the chef and the manager is from India? Why it is in Marine Drive? Why I am specifically saying Colombo 3 Marine Drive? It is for a reason, which you have to search from the internet and identify and write down. Okay? It's not that hard, very simple. Don't think too much. Once you search in Google, you get all the answers. Okay. Continue. Conduct a pestle analysis. Conduct a pestle analysis. So we term this as pestle. Huh? See, P is for what? P stands for political, environmental, economic, social, technological, legal, and environment. Okay. Conduct a pestle analysis for the business. Okay, so I will explain one. Afik, I believe you can see my screen. So what you do is you first go to Google. Screen visible, right? Okay. Now what is this business here? It's a restaurant, right? Okay. So write down what are the legal requirements to open a business in Sri Lanka by a foreign company. See, there will be a lot of websites which will give a lot of information. So you need to first read, understand, and then write the summary of it. So now, under which segment you are going to put this answer? Will this answer come under political, economical, or legal? Legal. You? Now, you search for this answer now. What are the legal requirements to open a business in Sri Lanka? You will find some answer. This answer, under which segment you are going to write? Under political segment or economic segment or legal or environment? Where? Legal. So same way, under political, you need to search what is the political restriction to open up a restaurant by a foreign company in Sri Lanka. Or you must search some other terms, or you must search what is the tax rate applicable for foreign companies, what are the trade restrictions they have, what is the government policy. So these individual things, don't focus on anything else. Whatever I have given over here, put these key terms and search. So first thing is you search what is the government's policy, that is the Sri Lankan government's policy on opening up a restaurant for a foreign company in Sri Lanka. Same way, what is the tax policy for a foreign company to open in Sri Lanka, which is a restaurant business? Yes, for everything you have to write. Okay, you have internet, search for it and write. This way you will understand better. Okay, because no matter even for 2 hours, if I explain pestle analysis, you won't understand. This is the best way to easily understand and write. Okay, start. So I'll give you, how long do you want time? Yeah, it's okay. I'll give you the time you want. Africa, how much time you want? You don't want any time. 10 minutes enough for you. You, Rifan? How much? 15, 20 will do. Would you? Okay, I'll give you 45 minutes. Much more time, huh? 45 minutes is a big time. Okay? But in the meantime, I'm here. You can ask me questions. So I'm giving 45 minutes. Use this time and you can ask any question as possible, any number of questions as possible. I'm here. Okay. Just to assist you all, I'm also trying to search in Google. So this is the keyword. Let's say what is the Sri Lankan government policy for a foreigner to open a restaurant in Sri Lanka. So let's see what's coming. Okay, so this is saying something. Restaurant registration. Oh, this is something else. So you will get a lot of things which are not relevant also. Permission for foreign companies. Okay, here it is. So in this one, you have to search. You need to read. Okay, this says financing activities carried on by an overseas company. An overseas company registered under the Companies Act to undertake, carry or any activity specified in subparagraph A through a place of business in Sri Lanka, invest a minimum United States dollars 200,000. Okay, so $200,000 must be invested or equivalent in any other currency. Okay, so you can write this point. So under political analysis, you must write government, Sri Lankan government policy states a foreign company to open a business in Sri Lanka must invest $200,000. So that is one point. So like, see, this is not for me to test you all. This is for me to make sure that you understand how the analysis is done. Okay. I'm not going to give marks over here. So try to search like this and do it. Okay. So just for that, don't try to read everything that you find. Write the important points. Huh? Just one point is enough for me. If I take my PPT here, this says government policy. So just write one policy, whatever you find, and taxation, just write what is the taxation rate. Government policy, taxation, trade restriction. You need to search what is the tax rate for foreign companies. So how you search? Right. What is the tax rate for foreign companies who operate business in Sri Lanka? And trade restriction, right? What is the trade restriction for a foreign company who runs a restaurant business in Sri Lanka? Definitely there will be some trade restrictions. Yeah, same thing. Just change these words. That's all. Okay. Africa. Am I pronouncing that name correctly? How do you pronounce your name? Okay. I'll grab some water and come. How is it going? Okay. Let's say ChatGPT. Don't do that. ChatGPT is some that platform. It has still being daily. That's it. We need to read the. Okay. Still find this. What are you trying to say? Keep it in. Policy. So, what do you think? And obviously, Fine. Thank you, Lavan. Thank you for your company. Shall we do this as a homework? Huh? That's better. It's hard, no? Now we are okay. So I hope you all have laptop at home. So with the phone, it's a little bit hard on me. Better you do it in your laptop. So Africa, we will do this as a homework. What you all do is I'll give you all time until next Thursday. Okay. So we have 5 days. You have to do this as an assignment and send it to me. Okay. Okay. So the next topic we will move forward will be, do you have a common WhatsApp group? You all don't have access. Okay, so my number is 0717 0717 140909. Okay. Yeah. So Useless. So that is before 7th August. Okay, so now moving forward. Write this down. Porter's five forces theory. So this is also one of the analytical tools we use to analyze a business. So you will get your assignment on this. Thanks. Can you see this? Yes. Africa, I believe you can see the screen. So this is what we call as Porter's five forces theory. Okay. Porter's five forces theory. So finish writing till. Now, what is the main topic we are discussing here? Business environment analysis, right? Turn your pages and see what is the main topic we are writing here. Business environment analysis. Now, first we studied what is a business, what is an organization, and then we studied business environment. What are the types of business environment here? What are the types of business environment? Internal environment, external environment, and in external there are two types. What is it? Task environment and macro environment. So under macro environment, the parties, what are the environments? Political environment, economical environment, technology, social and cultural, legal and nature. Okay, right. So afterwards, we started to study what? Business environment analysis. How do we analyze the business environment? So what is the first one we study? SWOT analysis. That is strength, weakness, opportunities and threats. And the second one is what? Pestle analysis. So pestle is your work. And then now we are going to study Porter's 5 forces theory. Write this and then we will discuss further. Thank you. How shall I close this? This is better, right? Okay. So for the next 1 hour, we are going to discuss this. This is very important. So I need your attention to this. Person called Porter, okay, he developed this theory. What is a theory? Huh? There's two things, right? One is theory in science, the other one is law. So there is Newton's law, and then there is another one called theory, right? So what does theory means? What does law means? What is Newton's law? Every action has its equal opposite reaction, right? So that is called law. That is established, that is proved. Theory is not proved. Theory is something that you develop. Maybe one fine day, Rifan will develop a theory. You will develop a theory. Maybe I can develop a theory. As long as it's proved, it's okay. So this is also one such thing that this is a Porter's theory. This theory is based on 5 principles, 5 factors. What are those 5 factors? First is bargaining power of buyer. Based on the bargaining power of buyer, we can analyze the business. Second one is bargaining power of supplier. What is bargaining means? Like you discuss about certain things, you say X amount, he say X amount, he says certain policies, you say certain policies, and that is the bargaining power. So bargaining power of buyer. Who is the buyer here? Customer. You think yourself as your organization. In your organization shoe, who is your customer? The person who walks into a restaurant or walks into a shop. So what is his bargaining power? That is also a factor where you can analyze your business's environment. Second one is bargaining power of a supplier. Now, in your restaurant, you have many suppliers. Maybe your supplier, one supplier will say, I don't want to give you this, I will increase the price. But based on his earlier commitment, you have made the final price of a dish. Okay? So bargaining power of the supplier. And then threat of new entrant. What is that? What does that mean? Threat of new entrant. What is entrant? A new person, a new business. Threat of a new business coming into operation. And the next one, threat of substitute. What does this mean? Substitute. What is substitute? You are selling a beef biryani or chicken biryani in your restaurant. What is the substitute for your biryani? Oh, substitute. Make an atom maker. Instead of biryani, no. See, instead of biryani, he will do something else. A bun, a burger, or a salad. Okay? Threat of a substitute. So you have a particular business model. Customers will not go for your product, but they will go and buy something else elsewhere, some other substitute products. Okay. So we call substitute player. If this player injured, we put the other player. Okay. And then finally, rivalry, existing competition. What is rivalry? Animosity that is created, the fight that this industry has. So right now, existing competitor. So you have a restaurant. You have fight between your existing competitors. Let's say you have one restaurant, there is big plate, there is dining room, and then there is some other new hotel over here. So the competition you have between the existing market, that is also a way where you can analyze business environment. Okay, so now we will study this in detail. So first one, I will give you the notes, write it down, okay? Porter has identified 5 forces. Porter has identified Porter has identified 5 forces that determine the competitive intensity that determine the competitive intensity for analyzing the competition of business. For analyzing the competition of business. Okay. This model analyzes and identify if I am going too fast, you can stop me. This model analyzes and identify 5 competitive forces or principles. 5 competitive forces or principles that can shape any industry. That can shape any industry. Shape any industry. Okay. Also, full stop, after full stop, right? Also, this will collectively contribute to determine the overall profitability, overall profitability of an organization. Of an organization. Okay, can we read everyone? Read with me. Porter has identified 5 forces that determine the competitive intensity for analyzing the competition of business. This model analyzes and identifies 5 competitive forces or principles that can shape any industry. Also, this will collectively contribute to determine the overall profitability of an organization. Clear? Understood? Africa, understood? Okay, first one, write A, put A, and write threat of new entrant. That one. Threat of new entrant. Okay. Now, why do you think a company should get scared with the threat of a new business coming in? They give better dish, better menu, better price. Huh? Is it only that one? Let's imagine the new entrant is an established organization who has a brand value more than anyone else. I will tell you one example. You all know the mobile network called Airtel. Airtel, right? Okay. So when Airtel came in I think in 2003, okay. So that time, the other networks like Dialog, Mobitel, various other networks, they also had their customers. Okay. Now Airtel, when they're coming in India, Airtel was charging only 1 rupees for a minute. So now with unlimited calls, earlier for 1 minute, I have spent 5 rupees plus tax just to talk 1 minute. Okay. So that time it's for 1 minute, 5 rupees plus taxes and so on. Very expensive mobile networks. So when the news came that Airtel is coming down, the 5 rupee value came down to 2 rupee. Just for the news. That one news came in the TV saying Indian telecommunication giant Airtel is planning to come to Sri Lanka. Finish next day, 5 rupee call to it became to 2 rupees. Okay, and on yes, okay, and on the day when Airtel came to Sri Lanka, I saw huge lines to take Airtel SIM cards, huge lines, and people started selling the application form in black market, like 100 rupees, 200 rupees for one application. That much demand, and these telecommunication companies they got scared. Oh, there's a new company coming in. There is a threat of a new entrant, and they felt it's going to affect their business. Okay. So that is how impactful a new competition when they come into the market. Sorry? How did that? Yes, afterwards, when the new competition comes in, the other existing companies are there now. What they will do? They will try to retain their customer. So to retain the customer, what will they do? They will eventually give certain promotions, they will activate certain things. Now, when the existing company do, you think the new company will just sit and wait? They will do something beyond that. Okay, correct? So likewise, with the huge competition, then finally it came unlimited call. You just pay one amount, you take any number of calls. That's how the business evolves. That's how threat of a new company can be beneficial for the overall community. Me, don't ask. You have the number. I gave you the number, right? Mobitel. Okay. So I have used all the networks, and see, I can't be biased to anything because the service that I expect is not being met by anyone. Okay, so I'm not happy with what is being provided. There are certain customers you will get in your life, someone like me who will not be happy even you give your best. Because our expectations are more. Why? Because your customer has experienced something better than this elsewhere. In foreign countries, I have experienced service way better than this one. Okay. So when you go to a foreign country, when you let's say live your life maybe in Europe, in Dubai, to be specific, in Middle East, and when you come down to Sri Lanka, the service that you get in most of the places are horrible. You will get pissed off. Okay, especially in restaurants and all. The service that you get in Middle East or in Europe, you don't get the service over here. It's like, when you order something dish, we expect the person who carries that food to be first number one. But what does the waiters do? How should they be? The first thing, they are presentable, right? Okay. I have been to restaurants, I don't want to name it since this is being recorded. I have seen these guys work, established restaurants, their finger will touch the edge of the glass. Okay, that's where we keep mouth and sip water in. We don't like it. And then they will hold the plate by the inside of this palm will touch the plate. And then I have seen hairs in the plate. So endless number of reasons I have not to be biased with any brand. Okay. So threat of new entrant, we will study in detail now. We can start writing. When a new business enters to the industry, when a new business enters to the industry, there will be an attempt when a new business enters to an industry, there will be an attempt made by that business. There will be an attempt made by that business to grab the market share from the existing businesses. Full stop. Depending on the type of entry of a business, depending on the type of entry of a business, a particular market, depending on the type of entry of a business to a particular market, it may determine okay, it may determine the level of threat of the new entrant, the level of threat of the new entrant. Shall we read this together? When a new business enters industry, there will be an attempt plus market share of the existing businesses. Depending on the type of entry of a business to a particular market, it may determine the level of threat of the new entrant. Now, what is that second line? Depending the type of entry of a business to a market. What does that mean? What is that depending on the type of entrance? Are there different types of entrance? What does it mean? Now, in my example, what kind of entrance do you think Airtel gave to the Sri Lankan market? It's a huge market entrance, right? Why do I say huge? Because it's a big thing, a company to open up a telecommunication network in Sri Lanka. So big thing is, what do? They invest big, right? Which means they invest more money, more capital. Correct? Okay. So that is what we are going to talk now. Continue writing. Factors that increase the power of influence. Factors that increase the power of influence to a new market are as follows. Okay, so put point form and write. Requirement of a small capital to enter the market. Requirements of a small capital to enter the market. Okay. Requirements of a small capital to enter the market. Second point, existing businesses cannot make any influence on new entrants. Existing businesses cannot make any influence on new entrants. Any influence on new entrants. New entrants. Oh, you remember this one? I read here. Somewhere I read here, right? This one. What is this? Invest a minimum of United States dollars 200,000 or equivalent amount in other designated currencies. What is this? What does this mean? For a foreign company to open in Sri Lanka, they must invest this particular amount. Okay. So under threat of new entrance of a company, if you're trying to open a new company in another location, there will be many threats. One threat is requirements of a small capital to enter the market, or requirements of a capital. So requirements of a capital to enter the market. So remove the word small there. On the first point, I mentioned requirement of a small capital, right? Just ignore the word small. Requirements of a capital to enter the market. So depending on the market, there may be a capital amount either small or big. That is a threat. Okay, it's a threat to enter the market. And the second one, existing businesses cannot make any influence on new entrants. Now, what kind of industry you think that will be? Do you think there are any existing businesses that can influence a new comer to come into that industry? They can like block them. There are no businesses like that. Think there are businesses. What? There are businesses, there are industry where the existing companies do not allow somebody new to come and open up a business. Which one? No, but still they won't let. That's what I'm saying. So there are companies who won't allow. See now, example, let's say a footwear company, anyone can open. restaurant anyone can open. Can the existing restaurants block someone new to come and open here? Now you see in Marine Drive, there are so many Indian chains are here, right? Is this nearby? They open something? Restaurant? A to B or something is there? What is that? Adyarananda. Have you been there? You? No, okay. Try. Super expensive. Okay. So likewise, there are certain industry where the existing players will block you to come and operate there. Example, I will say tobacco, cigarettes. Okay. So there is only one company called Ceylon Tobacco. If you try to import cigarette from abroad to Sri Lanka, government will confiscate. You can't bring. Okay. And then lotteries, National Lotteries Board. There is an organization called National Lotteries Board. Sweep tickets, lottery, those things. You have seen no lottery tickets. You can't open up a lottery business. They will hold you by your neck and take you. Okay. So likewise, in over here, what we are discussing is existing businesses cannot make any influence on new entrants. Okay. And the third one is less rules and regulation, right? Less rules and regulations by the government, less rules and regulations by the government to enter a particular industry. To enter a particular industry. See, I saw you using ChatGPT. Why I'm saying not to use is because if it gives you the answer, sometimes it will be correct, sometimes it will be wrong. But you are not going to think. The moment you don't use your brain, it will go to idle. You know what is idle? Your brain will think, I don't have to work. If I just use my phone, I'll get all the answers. Okay? So what you do is the best way, and the old school way is you get a membership in a library. Are they having a library here? In this sensitive. Okay, so if they don't have, then you get enrolled in a library, search for books and read. Okay. Now you are doing this course for one reason. What is the reason you are doing this course? To get more knowledge and to get qualified to do business, right? Okay. So now when you go sit in your business, do you think ChatGPT will help you in real life situation? Okay. So I'm not blaming you, but try to read as much as possible. I have read a lot. That's why even without seeing notes, sometimes I can explain them because I have everything in my head. Because I have the habit of reading. Okay. So read. Most important, I told you the first thing in the morning. Read news. Either newspaper or online, digital or physical, read. First thing in the morning, I would advise you to read newspaper instead of seeing a screen in the morning. Okay. But if you don't have the option, just scroll and see what's happening in Sri Lanka. What will happen in the future? What's happening in the world? You all know what happened between Thailand and Cambodia. You all know there was a war. What happened? You don't know. You? No idea. Do you know what's the current situation also? You don't know that one also. Are you on Facebook? You? I'm also not there on Facebook. The only social media I use is LinkedIn. Nothing else. I don't have time for those things, just to scroll and see things. So read. The more you read, the more you will understand. Okay. So what did you write? Less rules and regulations by the government, particular industry. So example for this, you can write lottery business, tobacco business. See, whenever I give you example, better you write. Okay. The fourth point is entrants can be benefited due to economies of scale. Entrants can be benefited due to economies of scale. Now, what are these 4 points? These 4 points, if you read up, these are the factors that increase the power of influence to a new company to come in. These are the factors that will increase the power of influence for a new company to come in. So just highlight that part, that what you have written up, factors that increase the power of influence. Highlight that, underline that. Did you find Rifan? Okay. So online, are you all following through? Any questions? There's only
Yeah,
one
sir.
person. All good?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So did you all understand this threat of new entrant? Because your assignment will be based on this Porter's five forces theory. Understand well, score well. What is the marks you will get for the assignment? Did they tell you? There is a marking structure. No idea? Okay. So for every topic, there will be an assignment and you need to score in that assignment. So likewise, there will be for one topic, there will be 4 assignments. So one module, business, what is the subject? Business environment and organizational dynamics. There will be 4 topics. One topic will have one assignment. Okay, so the topic we are discussing today is business environment. Under business environment only we are discussing all this. Okay, right. So we move on to point number 2, bargaining power of supplier. So write down bargaining power of supplier. What does this mean? What does this mean, bargaining power of supplier? Sorry, bargaining. This is bargaining power of supplier, not customer. Your supplier has authority over you, above you. How does it happen? Who is a supplier for you? Supplier is someone who supplies material for you, right? Now, generally, if you are my supplier, I am your customer. Who is the king generally? Is the customer is the king or the supplier is the king? Supply is the king. Supply is the king. Customer is always the king, right? Now you are supplying me water cups. It's water bottle. I am selling water bottles. You are my supplier. Who has more power? Is it you or me? Me being a customer have more power, or you being a supplier have more power? If I say, no, I don't want your bottle, I'll buy from somewhere else. Who has the power now? Customer has the power. Okay. But now we are talking about bargaining power of supplier. How do you think that will be? How can supplier have a bargaining power? Okay, we will discuss that now. Under bargaining power of supplier, write down if a particular market, has strong set of suppliers, if a particular market has strong set of suppliers, they can influence the business, or you can say they can influence the businesses. Full stop. If a business requires a raw material, If a business requires a raw material, in a market situation, where suppliers has high bargaining power, this will eventually lead the businesses lead this will eventually lead the businesses to purchase their raw material at a high price. Full stop. Situations such as this will lead to high price. Situations such as this will lead to impact the profitability of the businesses. Full stop. Suppliers might be strong. Due to following reasons. Okay, shall we read once again together? If a particular Okay, you understand in a market, if the suppliers are strong, there are a set of suppliers, they are very strong, then they can influence the business. How they will influence? They will set a high price for a raw material, and eventually that high price will be passed on to whom? To the customers, right? So now, whereas now let's say example again in your restaurant, your raw material for a pasta is very high. The cream cheese is expensive or the milk is expensive. Eventually, what will happen? There will be two things. Either you will pass down the price to your customer, then your customer will have to pay, instead of paying 900 rupees for a dish, they'll pay 1200. Or else what will happen? Your customers will say, I don't want to buy from me, I'll buy from somewhere else. Then what you will do? You will reduce the price. Eventually, it will impact what? Your profitability. Correct. So now we will see why suppliers are strong. What are the reasons? Now, why do you think the suppliers will be strong? What would be the reason? You speak a little louder. Yeah, but let's say if for me, if a supplier change the price anytime they want, I will go to another supplier. But there are situations where you can't go to another supplier. You just have to stick on to this particular person. That's what my question is. Why do you have to stick to this person? Or why do you think they are strong?
Quality of the product.
Sorry?
Quality of the product.
Yes, their quality of the product is more or it's very high. So we have to depend to that particular supplier. Good, good. Any other reason? Think. Any other reason? When the petrol price go up, what will happen? everything goes up, right? Why does the petrol price go up? Because the supply is increasing the price. Okay. Why do we have only one supplier? We have many other suppliers, but due to certain trade restrictions or due to some agreement, we will have to stick with one supplier, correct? So maybe your company has entered into an agreement with set of suppliers. You can't go with any other supplier, and for this particular time frame, you need to stick with one person or two person only. Now, in that scenario, those suppliers will decide the price they want, and eventually it will lead into a chaos. Okay, so those are certain situations. I will give you the situations now. Write down in point form. First point, when the number of suppliers in the market are very low. When the number of suppliers in the market are very low. Correct? If there are very low suppliers, then these guys will talk to each other. I'll tell you an example. Spices industry in this market in Sri Lanka, they are all well connected. What are spices? Pepper, cardamom, cinnamon, clove, coffee, and various other things. These suppliers in the market, they are all interconnected. Okay, and now let's say you go to Makale to buy certain spice. Your company is some company named Sumanapala and Sun Spice exports. Okay, now you need to buy coffee or you need to buy paper to export to India. You're going to Mathale. Mathale, there is some guy called Iqbal and Sons. Iqbal is saying my paper price is 1,500 per kilo. This guy is saying, no, it's very expensive. I don't want. I'll look for some other place. And then this company, Sumanapala and Sons, is a known person in the country. Everyone knows he exports spices to other countries. This guy will call and say, Sumanapala is coming. This is the price I gave him. You also quote according to that. So he is going to Ravi and company. When he's asking Ravi, Ravi is saying, I will give you 1,310 rupees or 1,290 rupees. Or he will also say, I'll give you 1,300 or 1,500. Okay, same price as Iqbal quoted. So likewise, when there are limited suppliers, what will happen? They talk to each other and they try to control the price in the market. Okay, so these are real things happening in the market. There are certain industries like spice industry, very low suppliers who have the capacity to supply big quantity. So there are many shops. If you see in PETA and all, there are hundreds of shops. That all these are small guys. There are big guys in the market, very few, like handful. I can count by fingers. Okay, so that situation is where the bargaining power of your supply is high or low. In a situation like that, bargaining power is high. Okay. Second point, if the suppliers operate, now the example I told you, write it to the first one. Na? Okay. Online, you also write down the examples which I give you. Please write it down, then only you will understand. Okay. Second point, if the suppliers operates large scale businesses, if the suppliers operates large scale businesses, eventually they will have the power to control the prices of the product. They will have the power to control the prices of the product. There is a classic example for this. Tell me, read once again. What does this mean? If the suppliers operate large scale businesses, eventually they have the power to control the prices of the product. Now, what kind of product that you consume on a day-to-day basis? The example I'm trying to tell you is a product that you consume every day. It's a consumable product and they are manufactured in large scale. What kind of things you consume? Huh? Coffee. It's not consumed large scale. It's few grams of coffee we use. Rice. There are these rice companies. You know how this mafia works? I'll tell you. So imagine this is a market. This is the whole market, rice market. Okay. So in this, there are small the rice manufacturers. Paddy fields are there. Different small owners. Okay. These are the owners of paddy fields where they manufacture or they cultivate few kilos of crops, maybe 500 kilos, 1,000 kilos, or 100 kilos. There are maybe hundreds and thousands of like these people in the country. So what these big companies, what they do is they dominate certain areas. They pay certain amount. They buy portion from this guy. They buy portions from these people. They buy portions from this. So eventually, the whole market, rice available in the whole of Sri Lanka, is eventually ultimately purchased by 2 or 3 guys under different name. Okay, they will buy, they will say, I will give you this much money and you give me the material. And then one guy will buy, now let's say the farmer here, they buy from the farmer, and then everything will go to a sub dealer. Sub dealer is a bigger guy who operates in district level. Let's say in Hambantota there is one sub dealer. Gold there is one sub dealer. And Matara there is one sub dealer. Now all these sub dealers will take the full lot and go near one big factory. And now this big factory is the guy who operates whole of southern province of Sri Lanka. And there will be one guy who operates the whole of northwestern of Sri Lanka. So likewise, there will be 4 or 5 people who operates in large scale. What did you write? If the suppliers operates large scale, now what will happen is these large scale operators will decide the price. They will talk to each other and say, Machan, this is the price we have to sell the rice. This is the price we need to do. No matter what the government says, no matter what rules government impose, they will not bow down. So did you all remember? Do you remember? I think beginning of this year there was a rice shortage. People were stacking rice at home because of this. Because government said you have to sell 1 kilo of kiri samba. Example, I'm just saying 125 rupees. Whereas the rice manufacturers charged 175 rupees. Okay. So then eventually they stop supplying rice to the market. Then no rice anywhere. Alright. So that is the bargaining power of suppliers. So write this example. Then only will remember. Third point, when there are limited substitute products. When there are limited substitute products. What does this mean? Substitute product. What does this mean? Substitute product. So either you drink tea or coffee. So substitute of tea is coffee. Okay. So likewise, if you're operating a business where supplier where there are less substitute raw materials, then who is having the upper hand? Supplier is having the upper hand, right? He knows if this product is not there, this guy can't use anything else. He have to come to me only. Okay. So when there are less substitute products or limited substitute products. And the last point is when the switching cost, when the switching cost, when the switching cost between the products, when the switching cost between the products for raw materials are high. When the switching costs between the products for raw materials are high. Okay. So what does this mean? Your name is Rifan, no? So what does this mean? When the switching costs between the products for raw materials are high. What is switching cost? Now you're having a manufacturing company. Sumanapala and Sons is manufacturing rubber footwear. Okay, his machineries are based on all the requirements for rubber products or to be used with rubber as a raw material. Now, someone is recommending him to use leather instead of rubber. Okay, so the cost that is involved in switching from rubber to leather is what is mentioned over here. Now, the rubber supplier for Sumanapala and Sons is having a monopoly. There is only one guy in the country who supplies rubber for everyone. Now, he knows even if he increase the price of rubber 1 kilo to 1,000 rupees, he knows Sumanapala will buy. He knows Bata will buy. Why does he know that? He know because the cost that is involved from switching from rubber machines related to rubber raw material to machines related to leather raw material is very high. Now this rubber guy knows this. That's why he's dominating. He knows that no matter what price I give, these guys will buy rubber only from me because they can't move away from this raw material. Understood? Is it clear? Clear? Online clear?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good. So third one, bargaining power of customers. Bargaining power of customers. Or bargaining power of buyer. Whom do we refer as customer over here? We have mentioned customer, no? Bargaining power of customer or buyer. Who is this buyer? No. In this case, the buyer is your customer. You are having a business, Sumanapala and Sons, customer of Sumanapala and Sons. Okay? So bargaining power of customer. How does this affect the business? How do you think this will affect the business? That is no. Here we are talking about bargaining power, demanding power. Bargaining means demanding power of your customer. How do you think customers can demand more? Think for a minute. Think your business, your father's business. You have been there with the company now. So how do you think your customer will demand more? They will say, boss, you give me this price, or I will go and buy from other shop. Why do you think they have that power? This product is available everywhere. So if you don't give the price that he want, he say, Kalli, I will go to other place and buy. Okay. So likewise, there are many factors which we will discuss now. So write down under the bargaining power of customer or bargaining power of buyer under that segment. The bargaining power of customers the bargaining power of customers can increase the bargaining power of customers can increase depending on their ability can increase depending on their ability to influence their ability to influence the ability to influence and get a low price and get a low price for a particular product and get a low price for a particular product or to get high quality of products or to get high quality of products. Full stop. Following factors determine the bargaining power of the customers. The bargaining power of the customers. Can you all read this? Louder. Yes. The bargaining power of customers can increase depending on their ability to influence and get a low price for a particular product or to get a high quality product or to get a high quality of products. Okay. So bargaining power of customers means they can increase the bargaining power or the demanding power will increase depending on their ability, their capability to influence and get a low price or to get a high quality product for a low price. One of the two will happen. How that will happen is what we are going to write now. So point form, write point number 1. When there are limited number of buyers, purchases large quantity of products. Purchases large quantity of products. Okay. Second point, when buyers attempt to manufacture goods when buyers attempt to manufacture goods by backward integration by backward integration by backward integration. Okay. And then write third point, when there are limited number of buyers, when there are limited number of buyers relative to the number of suppliers. Relative to the number of suppliers. So there are limited number of buyers, but abundance of suppliers. Okay. Let's say you're trying to buy a product. Only few of the people, they really need this product. But there are hundreds of shops, hundreds of companies selling this. Okay, then the buyer will say, you give me this price, or I will go there and buy. Likewise, he will demand. Okay. We'll finish, I think it's tired now for your. Okay. Is it a reading one or distance? Distance. So the next point is when the switching costs between the products, when the switching costs between the products have become lower, the switching cost between the products have become lower. Okay. So if the switching cost, let's say, I'm using, what is this marker name? 10 marker. Okay. What's the other marker? So, okay, this is speed mark. So if the switching cost between these two markers are negligible or very low, I will just throw away this one and use the other one. Okay. That's my bargaining power. I will say, you give this to me 50 rupees less, I will use, or else I'll buy this and go. Okay, so that is the switching cost. And the next point is when the number of substitute products are higher. When the number of substitute products are higher. Okay. And the last one, when the buyers become price sensitive. When the buyers become price sensitive. Okay. Shall we just read these points once again? When there are limited number of buyers who purchase large quantity of products, that is clear now. Limited. When buyers attempt to manufacture goods by backward integration, that means now let's say you're selling a particular software. Let's say you're selling some other item, and then your buyers try to backward integrate and they try to get that product manufactured by themselves. Okay, so there are very limited number of products to do that. So those kind of things happen. And then when there are limited number of buyers relative to number of suppliers. So there are hundreds of suppliers and only 5 buyers are there. Then definitely they have the demanding power. Then the next one, when the switching costs between the products have become lower. Okay. And the next one is when the number of substitute products are higher. If you say you can't demand, you can't say, I have the best watch in the market, you have to buy from me. They say, if you don't give me this, I'll go and buy another brand. There are various other brands available in the market. So the switching cost is, or the substitutes are much higher. And then when the buyers become price sensitive, so that means they think like, I can't pay anything beyond 100 rupees difference. You have to give me this much. Then it's a demanding power of the buyer. Okay. So the balance we will continue tomorrow. If you have any doubts, you can ask me now, or else we can finish for the day. Because rest if I start, I need at least 15 minutes to finish. This presentation, I'll give to you. Once I finish everything, I'll give to you. What time period? Which presentation you are talking about? Porter's five forces, assignment. No, assignment I will give once I finish this. Once I finish this topic, business environment and organizational dynamics, I will give. Under this, under the business environment topic, once I finish, I'll give you the assignment. Okay. So, Africa, for you and for you two here, Thursday is the time. The pestle analysis, you have to analyze and give me. Okay. Take a photo. Okay. Can I borrow your pen? I think you'll have to sign before you leave. Okay, so see you tomorrow.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome.